Hello. Audio down. Congrats on the first, Jonah. How you doing? How's your week been so far? Oh, weird. Doing pretty alright myself. Life's been It sure has been. A lot of things go breaking at my place. First the TV and then my Steam Deck, which is a shame because that's when I've been grinding all my Devil May Cry 3, trying to grind out those achievements. Getting close to beating one level on Dante Must Die in DMC3. I figure I started with the hardest one because I figured it'd be better to start with that and just kind of taper down to the easier games. But don't worry. But it's still under warranty, so I just sent it in to get fixed, and hopefully it'll be back soon. Also, I just got word that there's been a leak that Steam's making a sequel to the Steam controller, which I'm assuming is not the Hori one that's coming out in December, or coming to America at least in December. Yeah, it's called there was a leak about Project Ibex and Project Roy. Roy being a new controller for the Steam Deckard VR thing they're making. Yeah, I guess I don't do VR, so I don't know if it's like the latest model that's come out or it's going to come out. And the other one is Ibex, which is supposedly a new Steam controller. And it'd be cool if it was. I mean, as you know, I'm a big fan of the Steam controller. So a problem with my Steam controller right now is that the thumbstick needed replacing, and it is hard to find a good thumbstick to replace it that doesn't stick. But I found one that works good enough. Because I want the Steam controller to last me as long as it can, because I don't want to get rid of. I don't want to. Yeah, since there aren't in they're like $60 on eBay now, and I got these for like $5. So I'm not. It's worth it. It's worth it, but I don't want to. The only problem with Steam controller is that it's really hard to use for non-Steam games, or like the good workaround. Luckily, Steam lets you like put in non-Steam games into Steam, but some games don't work like that. There's one game that's only on the Microsoft Store. Like I guess I don't know. Is it still called the Microsoft Store or Xbox Live or something? And I want to play the game, but I only have a Steam controller. I have like everything except for an Xbox controller, which is the only thing that like works for the Microsoft Store. At least last time I checked. Maybe it's better now. Maybe I can play it. It's been like probably 3 years since I've tried. So I wish there was a way to make it work for all games. And there used to be a way. I found it out, but not long after I realized like for Microsoft Store. I don't like it either. I don't have a reason for it, but I just it was annoying to navigate from what I remember. Again, it's only on the Microsoft Store. It's a Xbox game that it's called, oh, what's it called? Phantom Dust, I think. It is inconvenient. Phantom Dust. Yeah, Phantom Dust, which is an original Xbox game that was re-released on the store as a free-to-play game with microtransaction. It's like a card battle. It's like action game, but with cards. And let's see. Do I have Xbox Microsoft Store? Let's see. Phantom Dust. Yeah, it's game. It's made by the director's the same director for Panzer Dragoon. I think that's right. And I like me some Panzer Dragoon. I need to play the other ones. I've played the original a bit. Okay, let's install it. I'm sorry. I'm on a quest now to see if it works. If I can get it to run. Because I think the problem is like on the Microsoft Store. If I remember right, there's no executable for the game itself, or I couldn't find it. And I found a way. Like there's other people that have done stuff with it that have made the Steam controller more like X input, where you can use it with any game. But not long after I found that, the one of the things, the softwares it uses retired on GitHub. It like stopped being updated, and they couldn't. And so the team couldn't make whatever team was doing what I wanted it to do couldn't keep doing it because of a software problem like that. Also, I'm supposed to be playing video games, but I'm too busy playing video games. All right, it's downloading. It's a lot. I have a lot of. It's a lot of bloatware. A lot of bloatware on Microsoft. I'm noticing. Also, I got an email that Windows 10 they're going to stop support in October next year, which probably means I should upgrade to Windows 11 soonish, because I can imagine like a lot of security issues are going to pop up. No, don't make me use Windows 11. It's the price of progress. God, this game is 10 gigs. Surprising. Yeah, I'm guessing with the new Steam controller, it's going to look like the Steam Deck, like that, but you know, as a controller. As long as it like feels as good as a Steam controller, because Steam controller has like just my favorite ergonomic hold for it. It's like a little blob. It's a little bean, and my hand fits comfortably, perfectly. Because problem with like every other kind of controller is it's never comfortable to rest both my index and middle finger on the triggers and bumpers. It's always more comfortable to rest my middle fingers behind the bumpers and just alternate with my index finger. But it's not optimal. And you know, I'm actually the Wii U controller is pretty good about that. And you'd think my hand would have like matured at this point, because I grew up on PlayStation, which has not like similar, like kind of, yeah. Best one for you to Switch. The Switch has the same problem for me. It's like the Pro controller. I've been using it. It's not bad, but it's too like the triggers are too pushed out. So it's not even like it's not a huge problem. It's not like literally unplayable, but it's just I can't. It's just like I find myself tucking my fingers. Oh, my connection died. All right. Yeah, let's. Oh, you know what might be the problem? I'm trying a new VPN. Hello? I think it's back. Yeah, I had some. I remembered I'm trying a new VPN, and I disconnected it. I think that just it took me out. It's back, yep. You might want to get your first back. I think the stream ended for a bit there. I don't know if it's reconnected, but I don't know if that counts as a new stream or not. Seems like it's new. You don't think so? All right. It was quick enough? Good. Good. That's good. All right. So game that's downloading. Let's get started. Now that the preamble's done, let's get to the game. Woohoo. Oh. Gotta unplug for sweet amiibo goodies. I don't know why I need to unplug for amiibo goodies, but here we are. Oh, I got some class points. I don't know if that... Hopefully that means I get a... I wonder what's the best option for you to get that Steam controller? That is a good question. Post is very expensive. That's what's stopped me. That's what stopped me from doing it. Is I need to save, especially now. I need to save up a little bit to get finances in the right plot. Okay, so everyone's good on stuff. Oh, hey, she got. Oh, that's what class points are for? They give me. So everyone should have, or is it just because? No. So wait. So I think everyone got a super boost with characters. Yeah, she's a healer. She got a healy thing. Healy and she got 2 healies she's got to do. Oh, she's got so many healings to do. She's close. He's close. He's got it. She's pretty far away. No, they're not even that close. They need to be close. I wish they were closer. All right. Guess I should talk to people and look at some stuff. I heard Mia managed to save Kairi just as she was being attacked by a bunch of Gavesi soldiers. No big surprise there. She's powerful, stylish, kind. She's just about perfect in every way. Role models. I hope the topic's just going to be praising Mio. After all it took to get our rank to iron, our flame clock goes and bites the dust. We have to believe in Commander Teach and Mio. With them at the helm, we'll go through this. We'll get through this surely. Trusting Teach. I wonder if his name is Teach in Japanese or if he's like Sensei. Commander Teach fluidly switches between offense and support as the battle demands, bolstering his allies with defense and healing arts while enfeebling his enemies. It's like he's everywhere at once, and that, in my eyes, is the height of mastery. Have I eaten at the I think I've eaten at the canteen. I'll eat there again later. Foots! By the way, where did you lot all go off to? Slacking off and loitering somewhere, or just plain desertion? No, of course not. Don't get so wound up, Senna. Foots here is just curious as to what happened to us, am I correct? So you're as sharp as they say, Tyon. It's a shame you're not so easy to provoke. Anyway, it's fine. You don't need to tell me. I'm not that interested. Anyone over here? Yep. Over there. Kairi. I heard what happened to the Council and the Flame Clock from Commander Teach. I'm a little anxious about what we're supposed to do from here on out. It'll be okay as long as Commander Teach and Mia are here, though. I'll follow you two to the ends of the world. Thanks, Kairi. We'll try and help you out as much as we can.
So that's how they're doing.
Alright, so... there's a lot, like... there's going to be a lot of places that opened up, but there's only one place I remember in the sand-wise that I can go now. But it does have a question mark, so I'm going to have to go there eventually. Well, there's another one close by here, but there's one big place. Alright, there, good. Are there no side quests here? I mean, it gives, frees me up. Easy to do, but I just thought there would be more. Suno. Learning Commander teaches walking technique is supposed to let you traverse certain treacherous slopes without slipping. Even the perils of Daga Desert would pose no problem. Oh yeah, I think we just learned that from him, so maybe a trip to the desert's in order. Yep. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. See anything over here? Let's go to the sand bit. Get some goods. Oh no! Not a level 26 enemy.
Right away. Easy win or not, don't get cocky.
Where is that? Oh, I know there's a sand bit. Oh, is that right here? It's over here. There it is.
We can go up this way. What are you hiding, little guy?
I am kind of shocked that there's no more talky things, no more info dumps. Oh wait, maybe there's some up here. Yeah. Ooh, and there's sand right up there, so maybe that's more stuff to do. No. Well, that's kind of this, I want to get more points for this place, you know. What's up here? Let's see, canister. Is that it?
Let's just sneak a peek. This has got to be worth a bunch. Let's put it away for safekeeping.
Well, we got collectible things at least. Go ahead and do those.
We got it all as requested. We got it all as requested. Great guy.
Yeah! Oh, wow, that's a lot of points. Where? Not over here. Down here? Down here.
Let's rest and heal up.
Trusting teach.
So, can we talk?
Tan, you used to belong to Colony Lambdas originally, right? Yes, I was reassigned to Gamma. You all know the story by now. I lost my way, but Commander Teach personally welcomed me in. Old Teach did, huh? Under no circumstances you have under normal circumstances you have to indicate a clear reason for transferring, but he didn't ask me a thing. Thinking back to it now, I suppose Commander Izzard must have put in a word for me. Senna and I came to Gamma at just about the same time. Then we got put in the same unit. Phew, so you guys have been together all the way since then? All the way back since then? Yes, isn't it strange? If tragedy hadn't struck the way it did, I never would have met Mio or Senna. Nor you guys. Are you saying that everything happened for a reason? I don't know if I'd go that far, but certainly that outlook would make it easier to stay optimistic as we go on. Role models?
So, can we talk?
Wonder if we're becoming more like Ethel. What's that about Ethel? I mean, like, we saved Kyrie from the hands of the enemy earlier, yeah? It's kinda like when Ethel saved us way back when. Yeah, she did do that. Haven't thought about that in a while. And this time we were the rescuers. That's kind of emotional to think about. Oh, but remember, she took on Elevenus that day all by her own sparking self. And that was in her third term. Yeah, she did do that. I guess if it were easy to be Ethel, everyone would be doing it. I heard rumors, but it seems they were, if anything, vastly understated. What a formidable warrior. Wow, thinking about trying to match Ethel makes me feel less confident than ever. We can still work hard to become someone that someone else might want to emulate. How about that? Gain some experience, and now a request from Teach. So Teach, what's this favor you wanted to ask? Okay, I'm just going to come out and say it. I want to know if you'd consider teaching the newbies of Colony Gamma, and in an instructional capacity. Colony Gamma's flame clock was broken by your hands, Ouroboros, but the conflict between Kevs and Agnes continues. If things get more violent, then my newbies are going to need to be proficient in battle if they're going to survive. And you want us Kevesi crew to teach them what we know? Yes, that's why I asked you. The training will be all the more meaningful coming from you. So, there's an extra dimension to this. Yes, if you teach them, you'll become the model for them to emulate. You want them to emulate us? Kevs is supposed to be our impeccable enemy. Implacable enemy, living only to bring Agnes down, but you have returned those biases and came to an understanding among yourselves. So I want them to take you as their role models and shake up their ideas. You want them to relax their aggression and wariness towards Kevs? Having such strong feelings with nowhere to vent them is going to eventually drive people to fight over nothing. I think it's vital to teach them this to keep them away from war. I understand. Well, in that case, we'll only be too happy to help. I gotta say, this is my first ever teaching job. Where do we start? Where should we start? Yeah. Don't worry about that. I'll support you through the beginners program. First, I'll post the news that you've been made teachers along with your personal hobbies on Colony bulletin board. Based on the bulletin board postings, the soldiers will decide who they want to learn from. An unusual method letting the students choose the teacher. Right, this method emphasizes their independence. But if you do it this way, surely everyone would choose Mio. Not at all, the new recruits are genuinely curious about all of you. Guess we will find out. Let's give it a go. I never taught either, but I'll do my best not to let you down. You know I believe it coming from you. Thank you so much for helping me out with this. Now go out there and lead those newbies into the new future. Alright. Throw some food.
Thanks for the food.
I thoroughly enjoyed that. Let's get going.
Okay. Instruct the newbies. Check teaching quests. Life combat training. Teacher, Senna and Uni. Students, Team Foots, Nagumo, Yusora. Tutor, Senna and Uni. Check teaching quests, theoretical knowledge. Teacher, Kion. Students, Team Zakir, Mina, and Shun. Tutor Tyon. I guess this is where the stuff comes from. Okay, so this place is a little different.
Let's rest and heal up. Shall
Tutor
we put our
Tyon.
heads together on this?
So Noah, did everybody request you as a anybody request you as a teacher? Nope, they were probably a bit wary of us. No surprises there, huh? Still, it's kind of depressing. Nuts. Noah, a word? What? Yeah, go on. They asked if I'd teach too, but I'm not confident to do it alone. I'd appreciate your help if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, no problem. I'll do whatever I can. Go on, I'll give you a hand too, mate. That's okay, Noah's all I need. Oh, come on, the more the merrier, am I right? I'll only be teaching theory, so you know what I'm getting at. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Hey, what are you getting at? Are you calling me stupid? I didn't say that, but do you even want to be involved? Ugh. Well, if I was there, Noah wouldn't get his time to shine, so out of the pure goodness of my heart, I'll let him have this one. Knock him dead, Noah. Yeah, okay. Get yourself ready, and then I'll see you in the Colony Square, if that's okay. Yeah, sounds good. See you there, Tyon. Dear economics. Okay.
Shall we put our heads together on this?
A teaching assignments coming for us. Yeah, looks like it, although I'm shocked they even wanted me. You're a lot easier to approach than Amir Lands. Even in Colony 9, all the Yongans loved you. Hate to say it, but you're just a surprisingly caring person. To ashes with your surprisingly. So what idiots have asked for us for? About that. You were asked by Foot's squad. They're a strong team, skilled in battle, mainly attackers and defenders. They enjoyed fighting a bit too much, but they're pretty exceptional soldiers, their Captain Foots in particular. Oh, that don't sound too bad. A bunch of hot-blooded newbies. Don't take them lightly, Uni, especially Foots. He's super rude, especially to me. I have no idea why. Oops, sounds like they don't take you seriously. Sounds to me like we've got ourselves a prime opportunity. We can knock this attitude out of their heads while we whip them into shape. I don't think whipping is called for. Well, we just need to show them we're on a totally different level than them. That'll keep them from mouthing off, yeah? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Then let's whip them good. That's settled. Looks like we got some rookies to teach. Oh yeah? We gotta do what we gotta do. These are just new recruits you're talking about, right? Don't break them.
Let's get going.
Let's do... Oh wow, it's gonna take a while to get. Let's go. Right here. There's no more, right? Alright. I did think you'd be the ones to ask me as a teacher. What gave us away? You've always been so enthusiastic about asking me things. Well, yeah, I respect you pretty highly as a strategist. I thought you'd have some good lessons to teach, so maybe it was presumptuous of me, but yes, I put you forward for it. I'm just a little puzzled. I don't remember asking for this Kavesi. Oh, I'm the one who asked him. He's going to assist me in teaching. So today's lesson will consist of several problems you'll be expected to solve. I want to gauge your understanding of basic tactics and situational awareness. No objections to your plan here, but I do have a problem with that guy being involved in the teaching. I see. And what do you two think? As a member of Captain Zakir's team, I abide by his decision. I agree with Mina. I'm not going to go against Commander Teach on this. I just don't think I have enough information to judge whether Kev's is trustworthy. That's the truth. As someone who intends to be the next commander, it's kind of my job to look into these things. That would be a big job, so what's to be done now? Look, how about if I answer Tyon's questions as well then? Buh? Bull? Wait, why though? Well, you know, it's always easier to solve something like this with a straightforward contest, right? That makes no sense at all. It doesn't make a difference to me, Tyon. So you're okay with this? It's at least a better way to end it than each prodding at the others to test their nerve, wasting time. Better to have a contest with a clear winner and loser. Very confident of you. It suits me just fine. Whatever then, but just don't forget that we're all here to learn, okay? Let me get permission to use the War Council area. That would be appreciated. We'll meet later then. Agreed. Later. Dots.
We've made some new friends.
No, that's just right over here. Here you are. Then, shall we start with some combat-related problems? Sure. Oh boy, my favorite. Quizzes. What attack weaken the enemy? Path debuffs. What happens to some enemies when they're in trouble? They get enraged, they become more alert, they get confused. I have no idea. I guess they get enraged. Which one of these is not a benefit of inflicting daze? Attacks always hit, allies recover HP, normal attack guards will not accumulate aggro. I don't think it recovers HP. What is the combat route? Which of the combat routes is wrong? Break, topple, launch, smash. Burst, break, topple, daze, beguiling charms. That one. Whose role is it to attract enemy attention? Soldiers, target the enemy, defenders. Hydrate, I shall. That's all of the combat questions I've got. Let's take a quick break. Phew. Looks like you're having some trouble. Don't let it get you down. No need to worry about me. My score will show you. I'm sure. Don't look so much like you're going to skip out on the middle of the ride. No fear. I'll see it through to the end. What's up next, Tyon? Next question is related to situational awareness. It's vital for battle. Absolutely. No gaps in my knowledge. Maybe I'll study up just to be safe. Nope, I'm going in. Here you are. Next. Sure. Which statement about the flame clocks in the iris is correct? In caves, it's in the left guy, Agnes is in the right. I think it's caves in the right eye, Agnes in the left. Who led their colony to victory over the 3 colonies simultaneously? Over 3? I don't remember. Probably Ethel. What is the name of the jewel that can be mined in the Athenia region? I don't know. Which colony rank comes after copper? Iron? Where did Colony Sigma and Colony 9 fight? The Everblight plane. Let's see how you both measure up. Team Zachary has a good grasp of the subject. Zakir, you like to give us some pretty fiendish questions, Tyon, so I did my research. And as for Noah, good effort, but you were just a whisker away from Team Zakir's score. Oh. I absolutely want you to teach this stuff to them. To whom? Carrie and Foots. They're not good at sitting quietly. They need to learn more about combat situations that they can't just brute force their way out of or leave to chance. Their carelessness will tarnish Commander Teach's good name. When it comes to Foots, since peacetime hasn't had any respect for Commander Teach, which is why he'll never be a platoon leader. Zakir, isn't there something you should be saying before all this? Right. Yeah, sorry, you're right, Mina. Noah, isn't it? Let's not beat around the bush. What do you have to say for yourself? Nothing. I lost. I accept that. I have no right to. Zakir, even if Noah had won the competition, it wouldn't have made you trust the Kevesi anymore, am I right? Absolutely right. No results can change what I feel, the way I feel. Honestly, this whole little competition thing was meant nothing to me from the start. I think that the fact that you agreed to it is important, though. You're optimistic, aren't you? I think what we need is to compromise bit by bit. Whatever form that takes, whether it's playing games like this or being honest about our feelings or whatever, I think the important thing is that we come to know each other. Getting to know each other. We don't mean you any harm, we just want to help. That's the truth. I just want you to know. Dots. Those are some big words. Okay then, prove it. Prove what? I want you to stand in front of my soldiers with the proper attitude, is what I mean. For now, I deem you as an acceptable instructor. What? Oh, thank you. Don't thank me, and don't get the wrong idea. I'm respecting Commander Teach's wishes, that's all.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Oh, so that's how they're doing. Zakir is still very much Zakir, isn't he, Mina? If you mean his utter admiration for your ingenuity, yeah, totally. Your teaching really motivated him to improve himself. Your forward thinking really made an impression on him. When I said he's still very much Zakir, I didn't mean it as a criticism. If he wants, I'll be happy to instruct him again. Thank you. It's good to know that he'll continue to be in good hands. Oh, you still have more? To tell the truth, Schoon always seems kind of distant, like mentally and emotionally. Well, she certainly didn't say much during her training. Is something up with her? I can make a rough guess, but I feel like I'd only hurt her feelings if I pried into it. I see.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Suno. Wasn't there another? Did they walk away? Yeah. Zakir. Nowadays, many of the soldiers that put great stock in battle experience, but looks down on non-practical lessons. By the time they realize that intelligence and strength go hand in hand, avoidable losses will have already been suffered. So I sincerely hope you will use the loss as your opportunity to come to terms with your weakness and iron them out, Noah. Sigh, you're right. Would you help guide me if that isn't too much to ask? You do remember you're supposed to be the teacher here, don't you? Whatever, I'll see what I can do. Commander Teach is a very thoughtful gentleman, unlike some who love to obsess over the increasing flame clock rank. As you know, his real strengths lie in how he calmly thinks about the larger context and sees things for what they truly are. Without a shadow of doubt, he is the standard to which all those who call themselves commanders should aspire to. Do another one. Some combat. Wow, has she finally shown up? Looks that way. Can you both just not? Sorry, Senna, these guys were raised by Ferris's. No need to apologize, Yosora. Right, Senna's the one who made us wait, after all. That she did. Okay, that's enough. Looks like someone's in need of a little discipline, right, Senna? Right, yes, exactly. And no time like the present, eh, loves? Mock battle time. Time for some hard weightlifting. What? Hey, what happened to whipping them good? Mock battle's the best way to whip there is. Is it though? This is totally weightlifting time to shine. You want to pump iron? So what? We just sit this one out? We can all do it with them, right? We gotta show them we're on a different level. That ain't what I had in mind. Guys, don't fight. You all do want to do some strength training, right? Everyone wants to get strong. Yeah, no, mock battle is I'm going to teach you runts to fight. Dots. Psh. Mock battle sounds fine. Wait just a second, did you just psh at me? You must have imagined it. All in your head. See, I strength train every day. Honestly, I want to prove myself against you. Take on a real-life Kavesi soldier. What he said. I wouldn't put it like that, but I think it'd be a good experience. Oh man, you too, Yosora? The majority has spoken. These little scamps are all full of beans, so a good mock battle's perfect to wear them out. Wow, looks like the Kavesi understands us better than even the illustrious Senna does. So let's show her how tough we are. We'll be waiting for you in the training grounds. Don't run away in terror, yeah? Then quit yapping and get yourselves ready. Ugh, they don't respect me at all.
Hey, Teach. Are these lessons of yours really that tough?
If you need some guidance, you are always welcome.
Don't try any funny business, like letting us win or whatever. Don't worry your pretty little head about that. You'll regret taking me on. Look at that, she gets it. Then, let's battle. Oh, this 6 on 6? That's pretty even. I am very over leveled though. Where are they? Where am I fighting? Ah, you. Oh god, they're pulling Ouroboros. They're just kids. She really wants that respect, one way or the other. Pant, how? They're too strong. Pant, haha, I love it. This is exactly what the thing I wanted. Oh, you look like you want to go another round. That's right, not gonna let you take your win and go. Woohoo! It's all kicking off now. Bring it. Okay, and is it? That's on against 4 this time, so it'll be even easier. Do they even have defense? Maybe Spear's a defensive type. Oh no, there he is over there with the sword and shield. That just feels the Ouroboros feels unnecessary. I can't. I need a break. Yusora, are you okay? Yusora! Out, Nagumo, you're set on my eardrums. Watch it, Yusora, I'll avenge you. Oh my goodness, he's still going? Does he scare you? Bad habit for someone in your team. Some of your team. Hey, you can't say that. One more round. Nagumo, you up for it? Oh yeah, I'll beat you black and blue. Okay. Just gonna get easier and easier.
turret plan. Observe my strategy. Observe my strategy.
Dragon and Bound. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't have any other healers, so...
This is how battles are won.
Cool. Reactivate.
Check
Good.
out what I've got in mind.
Let's see, we can do...
Hit them where they least expect.
Do
Wait.
you?
Get ready. I'll start us off.
No healers, though. Let's try that one. Dang.
Your fate was sealed when you rose against us.
Okay. Ooh, big reactivate.
My strategy.
Okay, so it's gonna teach him Neo, so... I guess I'll do you. We should be able to just... Yeah, right. Yeah, from this get-go. From the gate. Probably could have done another one and gotten Bravo. If I started with the other attacker. Activation.
Got an ace up my sleeve. Alright, coming right up.
I'll start us off.
Damn it.
I got you in my
I didn't measure that right.
hope you're ready for it. Stay right there. Got a surprise for you.
How did this happen?
Think would happen.
Rah! Snuff you! Hey, man, ha! We're in trouble, Nagumo. They're amazing. Foots and Nagumo were giving everything they had, but this lot is in a different league. Ah, you lot ain't so bad. And you've got nerve. Yeah, we do. But I can't stand it. You still look so fresh. You look so fresh. You look so fresh, Miss Uni. Feel free to challenge me anytime. As long as you don't mind losing. Ha, that's some big talk. In that case, I'm happy to keep challenging you. I look forward to seeing your face when we beat you. Sound good to you, Miss Uni? Ah! Miss Uni? Oh, and Senna, you better be ready too. Yeah, be prepared, Senna. Why don't I get a nice title? But I'll let it slide for today. I'm knackered. That's... Oh, poor Senna. No, you don't get to decide when the lesson's over. This is where it really begins. Or what? You've shown you want to get stronger, so let's have a little strength training competition. Strength training? You know, actually I'm done for. You want to beat us, don't you? Then strength training is the only way. Now you're all done warming up, you should be in tip-top condition. It has to be now. You have to train. It's the only way. Train your muscles. Dots. Is she serious? This is what I mean when I say you two are too cocky. Oh dear. Well, do your best. I'll be cheering you on from here. Hey, you're going to join in too, right, Miss Uni? Gulp. Quest complete.
Gamma is as vibrant as ever once again, thanks to you.
All the hard work was worth it to hear you say that, Commander.
Going by agility, the common feature of this group are likely to be I need to make notes of the hair and eye color in the next inspection. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of an experiment right now. There's something you need to ask when I'm done. Oh, God. So many people to talk to. Oh, I can't wait to learn from you guys. We just have to choose our instructor from the notice board. Yep, you're going to choose Mimi, right? Yeah, how did you know that? Is it like it's like you're psychic or something?
We've made some new friends.
Yep. Spoon. Excuse me, Noah? Me? Never mind, it's nothing. I'm sorry. Okay. I think there was someone else. No one else? Oh, there was. Yo, Zora. Check teacher requests. A lesson in offsing. Teacher, Noah. Students, Team Zakir, Skoon. Offsing tour.
And now we know things.
I love that one. Senna and Uni, your training really made it clear to me that we still have a long way to go yet. Still, Foots and Nagumo are always far too overconfident. It doesn't take much to get them all cocky. That attitude will get them killed in an instant if they rush into battle with it. Makes me so uneasy. Hang in there, Yuzora. You're the only one who can stop those two. Oh, stop. You're embarrassing me.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
So noisy. Too overconfident. Respects. Oh.
I'm getting peckish. Do we have any snacks? Shall we put our heads together on this?
Hey, Lance, listen to this. I've been asked to teach as well. What? No stuffing way. The request came from Skoon from Zakir's team. She's one of the new recruits that Tyan taught the other day. I see, so that's how it is, huh? Did she take a shine to you then? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really recall talking to her much. She's an officer like us, so maybe that's why she's curious about meeting Kevesi one? Ah, that makes sense. But in that case, I wonder what I should teach her. Man, I wish I could have been the one of Tyan's teaching assistants too. Oh, that's right. You're now the only one of us Kevesi who hasn't been requested by anyone, Lance. Ouch. Hey, no, old buddy, old pal, how about I help you out on this one? Good grief. You don't need to rush. I'm sure someone will ask you for you eventually. Thanks, Mio. Don't lose hope, Lance. Sigh. Well, if you need my help, Noah, I'll be around, just loafing about like a tool. So, yeah, just let me know. Sure, I'll do that. I suppose I should find Skoon now.
Okay. Next on the list is
Nagumo. Ha! You made a mistake in training me. I'm the next strongest after Foots. I'd advise you to train your brain first rather than your muscles. What? What do you mean? Are you scared I'll get too strong? I think he needs some training in the art of conversation too. Nope. Nope. No! Thank you. Ah, I forgot to hit record. Oh well. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh. No, it's no bother. Nuts. And who might you be? I have no business with you, but there's nothing wrong with me being here, right? I won't get in your way. Alright, then. I suppose I don't mind. I'm also okay with it if you really want to, Zuno. Dots. Okay? Guess he doesn't quite trust me yet. He doesn't seem like someone Skoon would be partners with, but not my business, probably. Let's jump right into it, then. Wait. Oh, yes? Sorry for interrupting. No, it's okay. What are you going to say? What were you going to say? It's just, you're a Kavesi Offseer, aren't you? That's right, and you're an Offseer too, or so I've heard. Yes, but I don't really know how to send someone off properly. I play my flute, but I get the feeling that's not all I should be doing, so... I'm sorry. What am I about? No, I wasn't judging you. I can kind of understand how you feel. Oh, really? But... Ah, I know. Why don't we step outside the colony for a little while? Outside? I'm sure I saw a body of water in the mountains, not too far from here. You mean Pool? Could you wait a bit? I need to ask permission to leave the colony. Do you want to come too? Sorry, I've forgotten your name. Zuno. Sure, I'll come, but just please pretend like I'm not even there. I've got permission to go. Alright, we'll start the lesson there. I hope you find it helpful. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
I wonder if there's a teleport nearby. Kinda. I think this one's slightly closer. And there's ether up
We could be in for
there? Over there. Maybe up there.
Oh, give me a break. My feathers will get all wet.
Ah, it's inactive. Wasn't there another? I think there's one south of there. Now that Colony Gamma has been liberated from its flame clock, you no longer need to fight for its sake. But I think the work us Offseers do will remain unchanged no matter what. It's not saying. Send off.
May you sleep peacefully.
Husks. Let's send them off together. I wonder, what were these people thinking when they realized they were dying? I wonder if they wanted to carry on living, or if they were relieved that it meant that they didn't have to fight anymore. It might be neither of those things, could be something completely different. I feel like I have no idea what to do. I want to empathize with them, but it feels like my melody just rings hollow. The more people I send off, the emptier I feel inside. If that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. No one can argue about that. I'm so sorry, I feel like I barely understand anything at all. Skoon. Stoon. It's alright. We'll take it slow. If you feel anything else at any point, just let me know, okay? Okay. Jasper! Yeah.
We can't leave it like this.
It always used to feel like a proper send-off before. I never had doubts like this when Miklan was still around. Ah, right, the Agnian Offseers play in pairs, don't they? Yes, Miklan was my partner. He went to fight in Alfedo Valley, though, and since then he... Ah, I see. So I guess I'll have to be an officer on my own from now on. But just the thought of that makes my mind go blank. Like I don't want to... Like I don't get what the point of it... Of any of it. I never gave off-seeing a proper thought to begin with. I just left it all to Miklan to take care of. I don't know if this will alleviate your worries or not, but how about rather than thinking about how you should send them off, try to think about how you want to do it. How I want to do it? That's a big frown. Huh? You're thinking too hard. Oh, am I? Don't panic, we're in no hurry. Just do whatever you think is right.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
We've been spotted.
Gotta face me. This'll keep me going.
I'll deal with you all at once. Divine protection.
Where?
Break! Break! You're dealing with me.
Now give them what they deserve.
Gotta face me.
Time to get
Across the enemy. Oh, you're dealing with me. They broke away.
saver.
Break! Me. Crap, they broke away. Across the enemy. Gotta face me.
Appreciate it.
You're dealing with me.
You're a lifesaver.
Slowpoke.
Great work.
I'm gonna get a swing at this. Strength. It's amazing. More. Nothing short of brilliant, Teach. Why? More. Exactly.
Never the paragon here.
My power flows free.
We can do better now. Hammerhead splitter.
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
Nope. Lance is... No, okay. I thought he was...
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
I thought he might have finished up, but he's still got ways to go. The lights float away. They overflow from the body like they've been set free from everything. It looks so beautiful. I want to help these beautiful lights. I want to lead their dance to the sky, sparking way up high. The melody you played with your partner was inside you all along. All that was left was to trust in yourself. I'm certain that's the key to unlocking your own unique way of off-seeing. Thank you so much. I'll always treasure what you've said to me today, Noah. I must offer my apologies. What? I wanted to be there so I could make sure if anything happened to Skoon, you couldn't get away with it, but... I see, so that's why you came. You're a good friend, Zuno. Not really. I just thought that if Skoon got sad, Miklan wouldn't have wanted that at all. One, that is all. Thank you, Zuno.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Good guy, Zuno. That's him. Alright. Got that one, got that one. So let's head back here and see if there's anything new. No teaching quests. Alright, cool. And we're done with here for now. See if there's anyone to talk to, like Skoon or Zuna. Zuno. Doesn't look like it. Alright, so what's next on the quest? Soon. Alright. I guess that one. Since it's the lowest level. What is the point of it? Oh, I know what that is. That's turning in items for stuff. Using fusion arts let you strengthen the Ouroboros stage by stage. There are 3 increasingly powerful stages in total indicated by the interlink level. Yay. And I guess I need to be in Ouroboros mode to start off with an Ouroboros interlink. Or cross. What is it? Chain combo. Oh, and there's more to talk to. More info. I asked the Nopon that fixed the power frame, where the stuff has it gone? You know Nopon love to take long afternoon naps, right? Free Nopon? New topic available. Sounds like a new quest. See Mimi. Are you the Nopon who plays the Nofsir flute? Meme? See Mimi, sorry, stop soon. What was that about? Looks like something's going on. Let's do a bit of asking around and come back and talk to the Nopon. Good plan, let's see what people from Colony 30 have to say.
We've made some new friends.
Zuza. The Nopon with the Offseer flute? Yeah, that's See Mimi. Why is the Nopon trained to be an Offseer? I'm pretty sure it was to take Radek's place after he was killed in battle, so Colony 30 would still have an Offseer. Those two were really close. Oh, I see. What's it? If Valdi and the Nopon are busy with Doric, it's easier for me to concentrate on other tasks. There's still a mountain of things that need doing. Yeah, we'll take care of... well, take care of yourself, mate. Don't worry yourself sick. I wonder how many question marks I can go to with this sand thing. Baldy. Doric's really coming along, thanks to everyone pitching in. Let's keep it up. You want to know about the Nopon with the flute? Sorry, I'm a bit busy with some maintenance work right now, so I can't really think about anything else. Oh, actually though, there was a snoozing Nopon in my way, so I took the fur bag to the first aid section and I could hear this ash-awful tune. The first aid station? Okay, thanks. How's the officer melody practice going, See Mimi? Meh. No, ask please. That bad, eh? You know, See Mimi, if you want, I can take over the off thing. No, that impossible. They're promised between Radek and See Mimi. But... Hi, See Mimi. Oh, you. We heard you're practicing an off-sing tune. Can we help? Meh? You Offseer? Do you want to become an Offseer? See Mimi wants to send off friend. What about the colony's Offseer? Friend of See Mimi was colony Offseer. So See Mimi have to send off. See Mimi have favor to ask. Teach off-sing melody to See Mimi. Then take See Mimi to where Radic is. We can do that. Husk of Radic lie in Root's bar. See Mimi and friends go there.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Relief beam. Oh, enemies. For a little bit of ether? I'm gonna take them up on that offer. Because one's a blue.
Whoa, got a rare dude all right here.
Don't just assume they're pushovers.
Let's put an end to this.
Gotta face me. You're dealing with me.
Dang it. I'm in the middle of a fight here, See Mimi. Meh? This Radix Zog tags. But isn't this place... See Mimi, I think we've already seen Radic off. That probable, but is good thing. See Mimi glad that there is someone to send off Radic who sent off so many. Who send off Seer? In past, See Mimi asked Radic this. Radic says he can't die because the duty of Radic is to send everyone. So See Mimi promised to do for Radic. I see. Thankings. Goodbye, Radic. What a jaunty little tune after such a melancholy moment.
Oh, so that's how they're doing. This isn't worth our time.
Let's put an end to this. Big impact. No
Gotta
level
face
up.
me. Bang, you're dealing with me. Bang. No level up.
Divine protection.
Here's a sword.
Giant swing. Divine protection.
Full curve. Senna. Love to see it. Let's our advantage.
That was a paragon here.
Break.
Hammerhead.
Cross impact. I can handle this one.
Good going, Uni. Big impact. I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah.
The heat is on.
Now we're in the swing of things.
Furious blast.
Right on time. No power. I can handle this one.
Let's use it to the max. Then thrust.
Full curve. Break.
Divine protection.
What just happened? Just spun out of control.
Nice. That's how you pull off a win.
Yeah. See if we can keep this up.
I'll go harvest the ether sphere. That should about do.
No one's close to rank 10, but I'd seen one any better. Huh. Hasn't learned that at all. What? I thought I would have gotten some by now, but maybe not. I mean... It's very slow going. Oh. Quests.
I hope it made them happy. We got it all, as requested.
I wanted to go to the desert anyway. Over here. It's a question mark over here. I don't think I can get to that though. Maybe it's from here. No. I haven't gotten that yet. Probably because that's where enemies are. That's what that is. Anyway. Where's the giant wall of sand? There's the giant wall of sand.
We can go up this way.
Let's make our mark.
Sweet, let's poke around.
Oh, no. That's probably too high level for us. Let's see if we can find... oh, there's an ether over there, though. If I can find a good... gives there a drop. Fuck. Yeah, go that after the ether. If I find a good, you know, marker so I don't have to run back all the way,
They're pushovers.
then...
Wow, this won't be any trouble. Oh, no, you're dealing with space missile keep it going. No, sir. Divine protection. I can handle this one.
Go! Divine protection!
Break. Center. Left field. No, sir. Hey. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
That should about do us for now.
Alright, now there's an airdrop over that way. And in between is some kind of fight. Try to avoid that. So I can get the airdrop. I don't know if they'll airdrop will despawn. I doubt it, but you never know. Apex being discovered. It's a lot of fighting. I'll deal with it later. Just let me get my goodies. Oh, that's the pit. So we're already here. We've been here. I think we've been here. Yeah, it's a different pit.
Are we lucky or what? Whoa, visitor! Right. Gotta face me. Thanks.
I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah.
You're on fire, lad. Divine protection!
You got more in you yet,
I'll keep
Noah.
up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah.
Appreciate it. We have the advantage in this fight.
Hammerhead! Overboard!
Furious
Ever the power of the pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tyon?
Okay.
I mean, we're here for the goodies, the side quests, the lootables. So it's over there, but I want to go into that pit
This
first.
is decent, right?
Wait, can I get to there from the pit? I think so.
I wonder what's around here.
Devil's Skillet. Oh, is that it? That might be a different pit. Whatever, I'll channel these guys, then hop into the pit. Oh, there's another skirmish over there. Guess I can check the map. Maybe. I wasn't here for the channel. There's 2 ether channels I haven't gotten. A quest-related event, but that's probably those. Yeah. What's happening here, guys? Everything okay? Did I fight you guys? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of skirmishes. Oh, and a rank up. A Vis Mech Sword.
Nothing a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
The real commotion is when we joined in and added all the yelling. Thanks for the backup. Who are you, though? We came to bring you back home. Vin was worried about you. Vin, really? I still don't think I know you, though. We're friends of Aldi. We're friends of Aldi. You know the commander? I thought if you weren't a Levnis, he wasn't interested, to be honest. Okay, but why have you come looking for us? We broke Colony 30's flame clock. You don't need to take life in order to survive anymore. What? Can you prove it? Check your iris. Check your iris. What? Ah! There's no flame clock. What about Vin? He was concerned about you neglecting maintenance or something to that effect. Very like Vin. Prepare to head back. Roger. You've spared us from who knows how many senseless battles. Thank you. And say hi to Vin for us. That was an easy one. Hey, Jasper.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Alright, let's go down the pit. Or ether. Maybe ether? There's an east channel over there. And the one back where it came from, too. Ether channel.
Don't mind if I do.
How you doing, buddy? Come take a rest in your bed. Yeah, thing. Nope. Quests. Anyway. Shared secret, I guess I'll... That one. I think there's another ether vent nearby. Is that it up there? I'll go in the pit soon, I promise. Yeah, I don't think it's the same pit. Yeah, it's over there. There's a lot to explore in the desert, but I'll leave the exploring for when quests demand it. Oh, it's right here too.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
I didn't think an ether channel could be in this rock. There's no skirmish over there. I'll deal with that after I get the shiny. And hopefully don't aggro this big fish.
Look out! Careful,
I aggroed the big fish. And it's a lot bigger than I thought it'd be. I got the shiny though. I win. Alright, all the way back here. Damn it, there's a... Maybe from here? Because I think there's a... How do we get up there? Because I think there's a whole... Another pit. Yeah, there's a pit right here. I don't think is yeah, it's the same pit. Something up there, but I don't know how to get up there. Is that the same pit? It is the same pit. So, right here. How you guys doing? No phone coins.
Let's play this smart. Don't be a wet blanket. Just watch this.
Oh, if I was actually aiming at the right enemy. I would like to be not targeted. These are some powerful enemies. I should have checked their level before I started this. Alright, we leveled up.
Now I'm ready to make some waves.
Thanks, guys. See you around. Alright. Oh, I just go up there to get to there. Let me just get that thing. Oh, and there's some gather
I hope
quests.
it made them happy.
Section ring.
I hope it made them happy.
Kind of wondering if I can go after. Oh, there's a body over there. Ah, it's so much to do.
Let's just sneak a peek. These are worth a bit, right? Let's put it away for safekeeping.
Let's see. If I die, I'll go to the quest. Didn't die. So I'm going to the body. Big fish. Blue fish. Blue spider. Pardon me.
We can't leave it like this.
Oh, is that another pit? Might be another pit. Doesn't look super pitty. I swear there's a pit with a chest in it, a container, cylinder. Is that it? I think that's it. What's twinkling? Snakes, but it should be, yeah.
What are you hiding, little guy?
Oh, that looks valuable.
We can go up this way.
Those guys, I think I've already beaten them. Alright. Let's get back here. Then, after I do these quests, I will check out, see if there's any question marks I can get to. Might try one of the level 40 commanders now that I'm 35. Oh, I need to check if I... 1 second. Nope. Lands is close. Oh, start. Yeah. Rolled. Losing Mwamba, the other commander, and you, Noah, was a real punch in the guts for Colony 9. We were all behind Xeon, of course, but everyone's morale was on the downward trajectory. But now you guys are back, I think we've got a chance to put the colony back to what it was before. Lenny! How you doing, Lenny? So, we heard you had a run-in with Eastman. That news reached even you lot, did it? So you've come to visit me because you're worried? Well, no need. It wasn't anything big. I was asking Ellis for a favor. Elis? Elis? Eastman happened to show up looking for me, and when I snubbed him, he got a bit ticked off, so to speak. Asking Elis for a favor, huh? Oh, just something to do with Colony 9's future. Can we ask what it is? Yeah, I can definitely share it with you. I was thinking about my dead team, and I remembered that Marlon said something about finding some gear that didn't come from Agnes or Kebs. We might be able to use it for Colony 9, right? Unknown military equipment might hold useful secrets. I thought Ellis would be able to go looking for it and the Levis, so I asked. Sounds mysterious. Interesting. Interest peaked? Not peaked? Peaked. If that's the case, you can meet up with Ellis. Let me send the coordinates to your Iris. Appreciate it.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Let me see if there's any other new info around Colony now that... Because it seems like there's a bit of a... Like there was some extra info. Oh, I need to talk about a thing. Quests never end. While I go to the canteen, I'll look around. You know, while I'm maneuvering and shaking. Dang it. Can I? No. Well, never mind them. I wonder if I can survive this. Probably. I was right. Ellis. Noah, don't surprise me like that. Have you been talking to Lenny? Got it in one. So this is the thing? Yep. You can tell it's different from Agnes gear, right? And it's not Kevisi either. Interesting. This equipment. It looks like Generic's. Generic's. So I guess... I was looking into it before you came. There's nothing usable in it, nor are there any clues as to who it belongs to. I see. At any rate, it's so mysterious. I don't want to let it go, so I'm going to report it to Rold. Good plan. We can't just leave this stuff either. Should we bury it again? Wait, isn't this... Mysterious keycard. We should report this to Lenny.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Ah, so that's how they're doing. Yeah. New text. Carrie. Is that who we just met? No. There haven't been any new recruits since we broke off relations with the castle. Who's the youngest person in Colony 9 these days? That would be Earl. He was the last one to join us. Of course, he doesn't have Noah's fighting abilities, so defending him was a really frantic affair. No more fresh blood after Earl. I suppose we've just got to make do with the numbers we have. So how'd it go? We verified that it was definitely not from either Agnes or Kebs. I knew it. But that's about as far as we got. All we found was this card. Huh? I was hoping we could learn something that would improve Colony 9. Oh well. As for the card, you found it, so you can keep it. You sure about this? Yeah. Thanks for the help. I appreciate it. I guess I should go straighten things out with Eastman. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Whoa. That feels like the beginnings of a new quest. With a keycard and whatnot. I wonder if we can get the colonies. If there's quests, gonna be quests to get the colonies to work together, like hook them up with some Lovnesses from one colony. Wait, that's not who I want to talk to. Marlon and the others died before Colony 9 Flamecock was destroyed. I don't think they could have imagined that Colony 9 would turn out like this. I wonder what Mwamba would have made of it. I mean, he was running out of time anyway, if things had gone differently.
That's how they're doing.
I guess the magical solution to all our problems isn't just going to turn up out of the blue. I'm going to have to think calmly and soberly about what I can really accomplish here. How about expanding the fields? That'll be a good strength training too. That's a great idea. I'll run that past Eastman at the earliest opportunity. Hey Kite, no Fox today? What? We're not joined at the hip like you lot. Oh yeah? Alright, pack it in. We didn't come here for a scrap. Queen's sake. So, have you got business with Fox? We've heard something a little troubling, that's all. He went to gather a hunting party. Hunting? Do you know where he's going? I don't know the details. Oh, but he probably went to check the Melnath's shoulder route. Wait, but across Melnath's shoulder, from here, that's... This one in, well... If we take his destination at colonies nearest the Melnath's shoulder, then he's almost certainly heading to Colony Gamma. What? We have to go after him. What? What are you talking about?
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Just... Surprised to run into you lot here. You've been collecting up materials, huh? Yeah, if you look hard enough, you'll be surprised at what's left over. We've always been so laser focused on what we can get out of fighting and nothing else. Keep your eyes peeled and you'll never know what you might find. Alright. So let's get a bit of a
Let's rest
talking.
and heal up.
I think there's something to discuss. Yep, free
Hey.
Nopon.
So, can we talk?
The Nopon Colony 30 sure seem to do whatever they please, huh? Taking five after working 5, snoozing mid-shift, or just plain wandering off. They could just give them dog tags, same as us, manage their time that way. That would certainly have its benefits. You could monitor their comings and goings with much more accuracy. Friends must not be joking. That would evaporate all motivation like dew from Loveness on warm morning. That right. Nopon free creatures, not slaves to core working hours and quotas and tracking lunch breaks. Boy, easy now. Easy, I say. No need to get ticked off. It was just a hypothetical. At least the Nopon Colony 9 all seem to be pretty serious about stuff. Same for Colony Gamma. Our guys and gals took their work more seriously than those in Colony 30. Think it's Vality's fault then? May well be. What do we got here? Yeah, let's get some
Whoa,
from Clash
this is
Point.
really good.
I couldn't eat another bite.
Let's keep things on a tight loop.
Oh, wrong way. Completely wrong way. hydrate. I shall indeed. Thank you. Keep my thirst nice and quenched. Fox, it's you. What are you doing here? What do you think? Getting ready for a hunting trip? You came all the way out here to hunt? Better quarry out here than around Colony 9. Your quarry is a Colony Gamma? Your quarry is Colony Gamma, isn't it? If this is the size of your gang, they'll run rings around you. Just give up and go back to Colony 9. They won't get the drop on me. Alright, fight time. Oh, level 35. Give me the goodies. Thank you. How? Why were you planning to go attack another colony? The shortage has been causing trouble back to the colony, right? And who was bearing the brunt of that unrest? The guys at the commissary. I understand being worried about the future, but Camilla's lot shouldn't be the ones who deal with all that crap. So you're trying to protect her? We'll be working with you to improve the situation too. Talk is cheap, but I'll be waiting to see what happens. What a faff. There he is. Hey, Fox. Well, look who's come to see you. Let's get back, shall we? Yeah. Bronze Gauntlet. Okay. I think that's all the quests. Yep. Alright, so let's check them out. Any question marks? Nope. Looks good on question marks. The search, landmark, rest spot, engrave. No, I want icon filter. Points of interest, maybe? There's that. All right.
We've been to quite a few places now.
Okay. So that one, which I don't know, this one. Conqueror's Peak, which is near them, so I might be able to do something here. Yeah, let's see if I can fight the 40. Level 40 crew.
You think you're all that, do ya? What are they doing there?
Nope, okay.
Right, gotta face me. This'll keep me going.
I'm gonna die.
Turn more.
Working on it.
All day.
Did everything wrong?
Had better fix it.
I've got to push through.
You're dealing with me. You'll pay for that. You're dealing with me.
Better fix it.
Efficient healing is also crucial.
Skill mastered.
Never the paragon, Mia.
All right, it's rough starting out, but we did it. Information about Shell. I'm talking about it.
Ever the paragon, Mia.
So is that all we? Let me get that since I'm over here.
This was a nice find.
This isn't worth our time.
Let's put an end to this now.
I'm getting in the groove. Gotta face me. Thanks. Let's just go.
Give them what they deserve.
Hello, folks. Crash out. No flat. Overboard. No, back into the
That was over way too soon.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
Can you do it? Come on.
The cylinder goes here. That should about do us.
All right, characters. Anyone? Oh, Lance's rank 10. So what can I switch you to? Put you on defense.
I'll keep you safe and snug.
Gotta keep you guys safe. Riku and Banana take care of it. Banana?
All right, so we get new. Okay, let's. Now that I've gotten that, I want to go. I just want to listen to this, see if what we get from it.
I've been craving some downtime.
Information about
Everyone,
Shell.
a moment of your time?
People say offense is best defense, right? First time I've seen anyone try to make a rock-solid defense out of their basis of the whole fighting strategy. Readying our movements and keeping us in check while supporting her allies all the while. Shell was very multi-talented, wasn't she? It was hard to fight for sure. She made us pay dearly for our mistakes. And she came at us with the worst timing. I don't even want to fight a healer like that ever again. Loath as I am to admit it, the gap between our level of experience and hers was a chasm. Even when we first faced off, her control of the engagement was masterful. Absolutely, we managed to turn tables somehow, but it was close. If we didn't have our Ouroboros powers, it would have been no contest. It would have been great if they were on our side. Allies with Colin and Aoda, huh? No use getting down about it now. We've managed to weaken them at least. Let's just be happy with that. So... we didn't even get experience for that, so...
Break time
do we need to
over?
get all of them?
Oh, so that's
Maybe?
how they're doing.
I've got a kind of love-hate relationship with Michael, head of the 4th Levnis team. He waltzes into battle like an absolute idiot, and through some miracle or other, always makes it back in one piece. If it wasn't for Colony 30's sterling Lotus tech, he'd have copped it long
So
ago.
that's how they're doing.
Okay, no. No. Skill, keeping up with flute practice? Meh, see Mimi can play melody that Noah teach almost properly now. Now see Mimi will take on burden of off-singing from Radic. Meh. Problem is, see Mimi become all too sad when off-seek friends from Colony 30. I'm in my 4th term now, but it looks like see Mimi is going to outlive me at this rate. Say, will see Mimi be able to see me off when the time comes? I'll need to make sure he keeps up with his flute practice. Zuza. So, the commander and those Nopon are teaming up to build a larger scale leftness. It's good for Uzet though, gives him some space to focus on work again. I know it's a lot to ask, but look out for the commander, won't you? Alright, that's... yep, all the quests. Don't need that. Map. Okay, it's that one. That one. I got that. Quest related events. Why is there a space between there and there? Because the cutscene triggered. I see.
dandy.
Oh,
We got it all as requested. We got it all as requested.
200 no bone points. Now, wasn't there? No, it was over there. So let's go loop around. See if we can't get anything. Ooh. Meh. Me use up every last Caesar cylinder. His own fault for not keeping an eye out. If see an ether channel somewhere, it's best to collect while collecting is good. Ether cylinders.
Interesting.
Talk about that later.
This is something decent, right?
Oh, level 44, we can fight those guys. Oh, and there's something up there? How do I get up there? Oh, walk around. Let's see if I can avoid them. I can indeed.
Hey, the sun! I missed you.
Blue.
Something so valuable here.
Juicy
Here.
broccoli.
Would you do the honors?
I'm gonna go that way too. Probably shouldn't, but I want to fight these guys.
Come on now!
Great timing.
Final save!
Oh, the healer's dead too. Damn. He got close though.
We'll get you back on your feet. There's spark in me yet.
We got pretty close though. I'll come back when I'm higher level. Can I talk to you? Meh, what business do humans have? We're helping make a register. We're also told to collect some stones. Oh, that thing? Toto, I have this for you. Any color is fine, so have this one blue. Blue, nice, cheers. Red say that it's polite to say thank you at time like this, so thank you. Red taught Totutu much. Good teacher, Totutu. Always remember words of Red. Well, see you soon.
Made some new friends.
Array and tunnels not only way to reach planet region. Big road here connect to your tail, which is also lead there. Would advise much caution though. That way momentarily hotbed for Agnes and keeps scuffling. Alright.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
That's 44. That's gonna be too high for me. I can't even handle 40. Alright.
Is there
So
like a
let's go. To I gone here?
rare thing?
Art combos. I don't think I've gotten anyone with a burst. Maybe I haven't. Need to look closer. Alright, there's. But that's gonna be too high up. So it's a point of interest, but it's there. It's also a thing. Check behind the waterfall. Doesn't look like it. Alright. Over here then. Since it's right here, I'm gonna go after these guys. Dude, look, is there only 3 of them? Alright, I'm feeling good about our odds. Oh no, 4. Still.
Step aside or we will trample you. You heard her. Last chance to run. Come on now. Enemy reinforcements.
Eat this!
Gotta face me. I should have done more. Hold on. I'll be right there. Crap, they broke away. I need it
Enemy's
back.
broken away from me. I got something for you.
How about this? Did I read things wrong?
This can't be happening.
Why would you separate? Why would you fuse like that? That was the worst plan.
I'm sorry. Noah! What are you playing at? I gotta push through this. Time yourself. It ain't
Didn't even kill one of them.
yet.
Alright. Once we're level 40, we'll come back. Got too cocky after that last win.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
What the hell? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, I guess we're going down.
Did I read things wrong? I'm sorry. Wait for a moment. We can't just leave this be. Using that device should allow us to proceed.
No F. Oh, no, yeah. There was an F earlier. Am I that delayed? Is my stream that delayed? Alright, so now we got a shortcut. Go there. We'll check this. Everyone's doing good. Everyone's doing fine. Let's go deal with this giant dragon. Yep, that looks like a giant dragon. Just hanging out. Umber Dragon.
This'll keep me going.
Butterfly blade!
No love lost.
Butterfly blade!
We can do this.
I wonder if this is like a level gate to make sure you're not under leveled for the next area.
Feeling good.
Time to win out the big gun! You ain't ready for this!
Moonlight rain. Up the odds a little. Uni. Let's show them. Are you ready, Uni? Now we'll bring them to their knees. Spirit Raven. I know. Feeling good.
Eat ram! Rayon! For much longer! Butterfly, come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Shall we?
Oh yeah, let me at it!
Cross it
Let's show them what we're made of.
Hey, you barely messed anything up today.
Feel that? Oh yeah!
Strength. Amazing. Hammerhead.
Final step back.
Power ring. I can handle this one.
You're going, Uni.
Snowball torch.
Butterfly blade!
Hammerhead.
Go.
Keep it going, Uni! Surrender before
Let's go, team.
Feel it in my bones.
eat
No flash. Snowball torch. Momentum. White flash.
Why?
Hidden sword. My laughing scream. Such a clinton.
Butterfly blade!
I can handle this one.
Good going, Uni.
Time to win out the big gun! Feeling that white hot touch!
So now I should get, yeah, 1,000 guts. All right. Which is
Above and beyond.
oh, the Nopons are dead. When did that happen?
I'm with you.
I'm hot on your heels. Now to finish your turn. Got you now.
reactivated all of them. Oh. Both of them? I guess that makes sense. It's gonna be too much. First blood. Damn it.
This isn't the end.
Limits unbound.
This is the decider. You're finished.
We look fantastic just then.
Would you just die already?
Hope that's not someone's pet. What is that sound?
Hey, can we do something about this sparking noise?
Ah,
How would I know?
in game.
Just cancel the interlink or something, I guess.
It only starts after an extended period, after our bodies start to heat up.
To me, it sounds like a warning for something.
A warning? What do you think will happen if we leave it?
I don't have much desire to find out.
Think it's something dangerous?
Well, it can't be anything fun. You expect balloons and confetti with that noise?
Maybe not.
Ah, yes, the dramatic stage.
Oh, too bad, Jay.
Looks like that backfired on you, didn't it? Better be prepared for the consequences.
Really? I was only interested in putting in an appearance. You're making it sound like I took some huge risk.
Oh, come on now, guys. Jay's been on the bench all this time. I get why he might be a little stimulated by a bit of drama.
Well, it was pretty dramatic, I'll give you that.
You seem pleased with yourself.
P.O. N wants to see you.
Does he now?
Is it our turn to shine?
I don't know. I've got zero idea what's going through his brain sometimes.
Not even you?
I'm sure M could tell you. Not that she's shown herself recently.
What could it be? I do hope it's something fun. Let's be off, though.
Right.
Oh, I was really hoping Pete was the penguin guy.
Have a good one.
Are you tired? A bit. That last monster was really something. But I can deal with it. Yes, well, in that last battle, we overused our Ouroboros abilities. I want to avoid interlinking again for a while. Good shout. Couldn't we keep going just without interlinking? It comes with some risks, small but risks nonetheless. I'm just asking you to keep it in mind. Sure, whatever. Shall we find somewhere to have a quick rest then? It appears there should be a good place to take a break up ahead. We'll regroup once we get there. Roger that, boss. anyone ranked up?
Starting
Anyone?
to get hungry now.
Nope, close though. Learn, damn you! Learn! Learn! Oh, hey, you learned. Him, so he has a healer. Might need to switch you into the healing role. Yeah, because you're not doing much here, so
Leave
we
the
can
healing
put
to me.
you there. And you
I'll take the
here,
fencing then.
just for the time being. I should also check, make sure you're okay. Yep. Doesn't hurt to take a look around at least. Might be some goodies. Not looking like it though.
Hey, that's not your everyday chump.
It's a shiny chump.
This isn't worth our time.
I could do this with my eyes closed.
Oh, there's something up there. I don't know how to get there.
Better give it a good once over.
Guess we'll get up there eventually.
Can see flow of ether.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look, they ran into it. Helpful.
This place full of ether.
Hey, it's some use for all this ether. Something over here? Yeah.
What are you hiding? Let's put it away for safety.
So much to do up there.
You what? It's night time already. This one's got fighting. Oh no! Shall we tango?
Oh, you have burst. Smashed. Good. Hey, we just said we'd slow down on the Ouroboros. Where? There she is. Wait, what? What? No. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. What why did, like, why did it end? The battle's still going. I just picked up the other healer. Man, that's not good at healing. Oops. Let's go all the way around. Oh, kill that Francis. Is it different for, like, red enemies, maybe? Because it's a timed fight, so maybe it has something to do with that, or maybe the party got wiped in an attack that I didn't notice. So let's not go. Let's not jump down. Let's climb down. Yeah, totally see it visible. And of course they still fell down. That's fine. Damn it. Damn it, and then me without my smash. Who's the
I'll get you fixed in no time. Power ring. White slap. Everyone healed up. No complaints.
Time to get crushed. We can do this.
I can feel it in my bones. Am I doing okay with the heals?
You're a lifesaver. Big impact. Butterfly blade.
How's that all close? Am I doing okay with the heals?
Already nice. No flash. Hidden sword.
Am I doing okay with the heals? Are you okay? Here. Joker.
I gotta push through this.
Are you okay?
Butterfly blade. No flash. Butterfly blade. Push through. Here we time to win out the big gun. White hot cut. No flash. Leaving you the rest. Hidden sword. Hidden sword. Thanks, Riku. My time to work.
You guys, I'll get you ship-shape in no time. I know you can. Give us a smile, Feather. Yeah, feels just good.
We are more than capable.
Oh, is Noah dead? Damn it.
Thought of a great idea.
Uh,
Sending out all stop.
I'll take one.
I can follow the earth. More where that came from.
Noogie Storm.
This should be our plan of attack.
Hit them where they least expect. I might have the answer.
I'll make it. I'll take one. Keep hitting hard. Take this. I'll stop you for good.
Alright, here we go.
I use my thinking muscles for this one. I use my thinking muscles for this one.
You right to pick mine.
Riku first in line.
You're in for it now.
I was waiting for this.
Any last words?
Peon primed.
I might have the
Activation.
answer. Just give me the word. You right to pick mine. You're in for it now.
Amazing.
I'm gonna walk all over you. You know the drill.
You can count on me. Dominate.
We were fantastic.
Get out of here. Get out of here with that.
That's teamwork.
We made it out alive. Thanks to Tyron's direction, no doubt.
It worked because you carried the plan up to the letter.
May you sleep peacefully.
All right. Nope. Oh wow, you haven't done any medic gunner. Very good to know. Right now you are. What are you? Ah, you're a hammer. Oh hey, you got yay, yay, Smith. Oh yeah, look, he's got Riku's hair. Or is that a hat? I thought it was hair, but I'm not so sure. Just got that one close. My medic gunner's so close. You're pretty close. Oh, you're really close. So we'll switch soon. Might just get into another fight real quick just to bump that one up. There's something. What? Oh, it's that. Okay. Can I get into it? And not worth it.
Hey, can I
Ooh.
take 5?
That might be worth it.
Say anything if not possessive. Gotta face me.
Appreciate it.
Out of the violent play. Buckle. Yay.
Giant no swing. Why? Hidden ball.
Overfall.
No ball. Hammer horn. Break. Use of polymer. Thanks, Riku.
All figured out. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Ooh, hog.
I'd better send them off.
Real quick. Now that I'm level 10. Oh, you're level 10 too. Right? Yep. Okay, so you've done all the offense. So I could put you on defense or
Why better to
healer.
monitor the battle than on healing duty?
And you can. Oh, you have two different ones.
Nothing's getting past me.
Doesn't matter. That's all the ones. Yeah, you don't have any of the other ones. So you could do defense. You're fine, I think. You're 6. Just don't have any offense you can learn. Switch you to that.
Oh, whack 'em. I can do that.
And you could be defense with that. Oh, you still haven't learned that, so let's have you be that.
Nothing's getting past me.
Then you'll learn that quicker. And you can
I'll
be
provide the perfect defense.
that. Got. Oh, and you've learned that. Let me double check. Just be sure. Yep, good.
Might as well, yeah?
Yes. I like the fencer, so I'm gonna stick with playing the fencer.
No one can fight on empty batteries.
Something to discuss. Yeah, ether
Hey,
cylinders.
listen to this, will ya?
Those ether cylinders are pretty handy, huh? We use them in the Ferronis Hulks and crafting gems as well. They're a great replacement when you no longer have the flame clock. Then it'd be a no-brainer to carry a couple of them around, no? It's not that simple. First of all, you have to find an ether channel before you can store the ether. That's true, and you don't exactly trip over those every day. Then should use ether channel discoverer. Is that a real thing? Should be, if we could not mistaken, would make finding easy and sneezy. That would solve all our other ether troubles. Indeed. All have to do is load 5 ether cylinders into Discoverer and it locate ether channel. Whoa, that does sound simple. Wait, 5 cylinders? Find ether channel with a few ether cylinders worth of ether. Machine requires 5 cylinders. That doesn't compute at all. Exactly why nobody use. Man, you got my hopes up. Seems there will be no shortcuts in this endeavor. Seems not. Hello experience at least. Craft gems.
Get it equipped. Get it equipped. It's done. Get it equipped.
That's enough for today. Leave to Manana.
Is everyone finished?
There we go. Nice and clean.
I wonder how many levels I have. That's a lot of experience. No need to be even more over leveled.
Ah, there you are. I don't want to mither, but aren't you on tent duty today?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll head back in. Well,
It's all finished.
huh?
We already packed it all up.
Then what was the point of telling me? Don't you have better things to do?
Hey, you owe us one. I'm just joking. Are you okay?
What do you mean, okay?
These last few days, it's been a lot, right?
That's why you're concerned?
Yeah, you got it. We were worried. Your problems are our problems. Just because someone says they're doing okay, doesn't mean everything actually is fine with them.
You know, there's a word for people like you.
Hmm?
Busybodies. All of you.
Now, Tyan, that is completely uncalled for. Huh?
You two really must be bored stiff. Good grief.
Everyone needs to let off steam.
Is my life that entertaining to you? I'll allow it.
Hey, that watch.
Our lifetimes run for 10 years only. But this pocket watch has already lived for longer than that, by being passed from Nimwe's hands to mine. what Guernica said to us on that battlefield. I don't know what you made of it exactly, but frankly, to me, it was a load of nonsense. Not even enough to push us together. But that's changed. If Nimue's life is represented by her dreams, then in remembering those, I carry her life with me. Perhaps now, I can give a purpose to my life. She'd live on if I were to pass her dreams on to others, right?
Heavy.
Also, I've done some thinking. If I had just, say, 10 more years, no, even 5, with just a bit of borrowed time, how many more memories could I fit inside this little pocket watch?
And that's why you're here now?
Well, that's half of it.
What's the other half then?
Oh, well... In fact, just forget it.
Oh, come on. You've already told us that much. Might as well give us the whole story.
This is just not the place or time for it. That's all.
Lame. Still, it was a nice chat. Dreams in objects. Huh?
What?
Thanks, Tyon. We came here to cheer you up a bit, and got food for thought instead.
Oh, sure. Anytime.
Mio.
Okay, I want to explore over here since it's not the intended path. I already just got a thing.
Not to worry. Just stick
Dang
to
it.
the plan.
I'm the one you want. Cheers for that. No. Vulcan. Final step.
Come on, do it, guys. No more out.
I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah.
Big impact.
Get to them.
Vulcan. Giant. Impact. White
Flame.
cross impact. Blow the pieces off.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Might make the next trip closer to the wall to complete the map.
Hate this.
Ah, well, 36. I think we can.
We start fighting or no?
Nothing's going. I gotta push through this. Final set.
The no pawns move around a lot. Ooh, already.
I'll get you ship shape in no time. Get to advantage. Violent flurry. My power's flowing.
Feeling good. Big impact.
Burst! Oh, both of the tanks are. Oh. Things get dangerous. I think we got this. Hmm.
I've got an idea. I'll make this. I'll lead.
You're in for it now. Enemy not look happy. You're done.
Again. Check out what I've got in mind. I use my big king muscles for this one. Alright, coming right up. Riku first in line. I'll follow your lead. How about this? We can go all night.
Brava. Bravo.
You know what we've got to do.
Big Bang implosion.
Try this on. You watching?
Oh, class acquired, conquered.
Incredible.
Nice.
Good thing we found this.
Nice, fine.
We can't leave it like this.
Oh no, you're doing it. Okay. No one's at rank 10 yet, so I think we're good. And look at all these. And you, and you, and you, and you. Not yet. But you. You're close, though. It's like, then everyone's gonna have you. Thing. Oh, you're still so far away. Yeah, I said I wanted to walk. Let's go ahead and fill in this map. Who knows? Maybe there's gonna be one of them gamey secrets behind the waterfall.
Oh, night has fallen.
Some splotches on the map, but that's fine. Oh, it's neat. Oh. Jasper, you having fun over there?
Let's top up on
Blowing up my chair like that? How dare you? Oh. Cool. Hey guys, how you doing? All the way over there. Dang it. At least there's a thing. A recall point.
to retrieve them.
Yeah. It's gonna drop. Couldn't have dropped when I was fighting. What was it, Francis? Hello, Burb. The things I do for goodies. Just go off the beaten trail and grab them. Yes, but you're a perfectly good bed to lay in. Why that chair?
Are we lucky or what?
Super lucky. Jeez.
Well, we've been found.
Dang it.
I'm the one you want. Cheers for that. Cheers for that. Big impact. unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Would you mind, Lance? Leave them up.
Alright. Now for reals. Let's go. So let's progress the story. If just a little bit. Oh, body.
We'll have to climb up here to exit the Great Falls area. If you're having a hard time, Mimi, I'll be more than happy to carry you. Noah, would you mind? This is something decent, right?
A juicy grape. Oh, well.
Looks like a tough customer.
Well, there's a will, there's a way. I hope.
I'm the one you want. Time to get crushed.
Just as planned, ready, Tyrone?
No,
You're up, guys.
time to get crushed. You're a lifesaver. You're a lifesaver. Punch your lights out.
Oh, shit. Broke us all.
Ready when you are.
Hydrate, I shall. Easy fight like this, I can hydrate whenever.
Feeling good. Noble. Big impact. We can do this. Yo, Riku. Show what you're made of. I'll keep up the attack. Looking good, no? No. Send the mothers packing. Giant. No. Time to win out the big gun. Turn it up to 11.
Are you pissed?
All coming together. Get on your level. Time to get crushed. I'll have to get on your level. No. No more. Before we grind you into dust.
You want some more?
I gotta push through this.
You're pushing yourself too hard.
Oh, I'm dead.
Lance, you've got to stop being an idiot. Keep it together, Lance. I know you can.
I'm back in the game. Appreciate it.
No good. Divine That's impressed, you need.
Impact.
Amazing.
I'll handle it. All right. Let me do the honors.
I can follow that up.
How about this? This isn't the end. This is the decider. You're finished.
She doesn't really know what to do about this terrain.
This is something decent, right?
I'd better send them off.
Oh, Noah's close. So anyone learn anything? Oh, you finally learned her. Good. I think everyone's... Oh, almost everyone. Alright.
Guess we'll clamber up here.
This looked handy dandy.
Yeah.
This place not bad. Not bad at all.
Excuse me. Ooh. I'm getting very sidetracked.
Yeah.
But there's Ether.
All right, let's do it.
And looks like a Hulk. The music is very grand. Oh, there's a thing. What?
Found this.
How do I get up there? What's up? I haven't even been there. Oh. Okay, well let me see if this looks like a checkpoint thing. The Cascade Hulk. Yep, let's do it. That's a lot of enemies. 14. Jeez. Okay. They're all level 30, so it should be fine.
They're mince meat. Kick them aside. No letting your guard down.
Gotta face me.
I'm the one you want.
Divine protection.
Final step.
Power red. Walk away. Gotta face me. Wow, thanks. Here. Great.
White flag.
Divine protection.
Roll. They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
Try not to waste too much effort on this.
No trouble.
Power ring! Divine protection!
Are the fish really preventing us from doing anything to this Hulk? I mean, they're just kind of swimming around it.
Now we're in the swing of things! Wide slap! Strong now!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
Nope. Alright. Either defend, heal. Yeah, let's keep you on offense. Still haven't learned them. Oh, but let's. So since you're now here, let's switch to you.
I can lend you a hand.
Yeah.
I'm the girl with the gall!
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
Try not to waste too much effort on this. I'm the one you want.
Cheers for that.
I'll draw the reinforcements! Gotta face me!
Cheers for that.
How's that?
I'm the one you want. Wait!
I'm gonna get a swing of it!
I'm the one you want.
Good timing.
White strike.
Wide slap! Alright.
Energy grenade. Volker.
Pretty much what I expected.
I'd say
I forgot to need to.
we were moving in sync, right, Tile?
Doesn't look like there's anything over here. There's cataract. Yeah, still more fights, I know. Halfway there.
Oh, this'll be over like that.
It has to be done.
I'm the one you want.
Time to get cracking. No.
Volker. Energy grenade.
Gotta face me!
Time to get cracking.
I see the man with an expert, Gray! Gotta face me! This'll keep me going. Right! Divine protection!
Sometimes brute force is the answer.
Pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tile?
Where I'm from, it's called a loud action.
I'm the one you want.
Time to get cracking.
Energy grenade.
I know I am.
You're on fire, lad!
I can handle this one.
Good going, Uni.
Wide slap! Here, crush it out! I'll get his reinforcements!
No.
I'm the one you want.
This'll keep me going.
Energy grenade.
Gotta face me!
Cheers for that. Go.
Oh, it's dangerous. And I've been thwarted before, but
No complaints!
I think I can handle it.
Yeah! Feels just like it should! Divine protection! Heal!
We can do this.
I'll split the burst! Divine protection!
I'm the one you want.
Cheers for that.
acceptable.
Hey, can I get a hand here?
On it.
Proceed. Have a lot of cylinders I need to get rid of anyway. Baroness Hulk rebooted.
Always good to rest when you can.
Okay, surprise. Nice, fine.
That's quite rare.
Whoa, the suspense.
Agroro? What's this? No window shopping? Do you know Shilshil not like hard work, so send humans to Agroro. Take this and bye-bye. Red no one. Oh, okay, thank you. At least not Papana think he too clever by half. Anyway, if Fredna is not customer, then kindly make like tree and get out.
New folks on the map.
Did friends clear out monsters haunting smelly old Feronis? Yeah, that was us. What of it? Agroro only want to offer thanks. Perhaps some non-pawns, not so bad after all. Welcoming.
Action's making me go cross-eyed.
Boost damage dealt indoors by 20. When landing hits deal damage as though enemies' physical defense were. Boost evasion, 20%. My HP is 13. That could be good. Sure. I got the funds anyway. Thinking. Is he still in there topped up? Man, not quite. We'll enter Uran tunnels to swipe teensy bit of ether. Back in not long. No pun lovenesses. I guess I'll.
No one can fight on empty batteries. Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about that thing.
Riku, I've been thinking. The Nopon caravans, they move around on lovenesses, correct? Correct. What of? I just realized, regular lovenesses cannot normally operate that far from their home colony due to ether cylinder limitations. So is it that the caravans get away around everywhere? Reason simple. Caravan lovenesses is small and lightweight. Also not loaded up with weaponry, and fundamentally not expected to fight. That why ether consumption much lower. I see. Yes, that makes sense. That explains how they're able to operate over long distances. In other words, very green energy. Huh. How can energy be inexperienced? It just means power consumption is low. Understood. Thank you for explaining, Riku. It's been a good learning experience.
Let's bounce.
Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go do what I came here to do. Or what I wanted. Let's get down here. I wanted to go down here. There's a chest. There's also a red. A weak red, so it's, you know, fine. Right there. That's how. Oh, and there's another thing way over there. Goodies after goodies.
Guess we'll clamber up here. Come on, don't fail me now.
Gemstone, forming armlet, gemstone. Oh, there's a thing over there. Check that on the way back.
Come on, don't fail me now.
It's nice that auto sells things when I get too much of it. So I hope I don't run out of gemstones anytime. I don't, you know, I hope there's a place to get more gemstones. Oh, it's a cave. Well, this I gotta check out.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Kotrick Ruins. Ah, it's one of these again.
Be at rest.
And a soldier. Alright.
Good stuff.
I have to hold it. Right. Holding.
Kappa thinkings. On.
Ah.
Every day's a training day.
I think we can handle this.
Who's with me? Follow their every move.
Crash out! Real steel! Fucking cool, Gray. Glitter! Violet flurry! Fight! Power ring! Action! Crash out!
Energy grenade! You might want to surrender before we grind you into dust!
You want some more? Right! What's your advantage? Knew you had it in me.
Let's go investigate! I'll keep up the attack.
Everyone heal that way. No complaints. Cheers, you're a gem. Crash out! Unstoppable. I'll get you ship shape in no time.
Extended! Slash! Glory!
Everyone heal that. No complaints.
Energy grenade! Feel them! Feel them!
Shadow! Shadow, wake up!
Overboard!
Give it to the master, Tyra. Abigail, gonna knock you out next week. No good. You guys, Shadow! Shadow, wake up!
We'll get you back on your feet!
Gotta face me.
Time to get crushed! No! Glitter!
That turns out in the healing department.
Deflect the field! Let's go in, unit! Here's your mirror! Deflect the field! I should have done that. Shield back!
Oh no, that took us all out. I think we can do it. I just need to switch up my healing tactics. So if they revive us, that'd be great. Dragon Switch.
Ready to roll. Never to win.
Time to win out the big gun. We'll blow you away. I should have done better. Burning red. We're not doing well.
I can still do this. Heroes on the way. Hold on. Keep trying, Titan. Get up.
Don't worry about it.
Hold on. I'll be right there. You what?
Damn it.
You guys. Lion, you've got to stop being an idiot.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to do it just 2 people, so. So how come this fight keeps going?
I can handle this one.
I'll provide support.
Interlink ready. Fine, let's do it, Tyre. Gonna knock you into next week. Never to win. Here we go, Liz. Let's have a shot. Everyone, no, nothing didn't.
Don't worry about it.
Damn it.
Time to end this. Vulcan! Swoosh! You do that. Nova!
Come on. Come on, just a little more. Damn, just right out of time. Right out of time. Oh well. Dude, valiant effort. The thing we can do better is just I need better healing. Because yeah. So that's not super great. Medic Gunner is let's go kill the red fish, and then I'll see about doing the other one. This one should be just too easy.
Gotta be a toughie, huh? Looks risky, but we've got this.
Oh, you're a seal, like a catfish seal. Oh, adorable.
You must know I'm not letting you through.
Just as planned, eh, Tyon?
Energy grenade! Over 4!
I can handle this one.
Vulcan! No!
They broke away.
Break!
My damage is free.
I know what you want. Lance! They're pushing too hard! White stuff!
Huh, I might have overestimated my abilities. Or our team's composition.
I see you! Energy grenade!
Hold on, I'll be right there. Come on.
They're sparking me yet!
Your tactic will win the day.
You're a lifesaver!
They broke away.
Go!
Why? It's me.
Missed. Bravo.
Something so valuable here.
Glad you could see us through that, Lance.
Yes, sir. I put my
All
head
right.
down and pulled it.
I'll take real good care of the bad guys.
Where better to monitor the battle than on healing duty?
Leave the healing to me.
Let's do it. Do exactly as I say. I'm your guy.
All right, let's give this another shot. Want to stretch? Yeah. I have been going for a bit. I'm shrimping up my back. All right. At least there's a new location to hop from. Hop to, at least. If it doesn't work out this time, then, I'll just come back later.
Nothing we can't handle? Who's with me? We'll give them the fight of their lives.
You're dealing with me.
Just like... Go! No!
You're dealing with me.
Fine, we're doing real good this time, but it's about to get a little harder. See if we can get a shit ton of damage in. Multiplies damage ratio increased by.
I'll go first.
Damn it. Not quite what I wanted. But we're doing a lot of damage, so.
You know what we've got to do. Yippee!
I'll go first.
I can follow that up.
This'll end it.
One more for the road. I'm going full set. Try this on. You watching?
Well, what did you think
Conquer.
would happen? That's quite rare.
Ooh, and look at all this ether.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's do it. Come on, don't fail me
This
now.
has got to be worth a bunch.
Nice, fine. All right, let's do it.
How do I get you? I just got it. Odd ring like shard.
Let's top up on ether. Yo, I'm hungry.
Still gotta go that way. So I'll start from here. We'll swim over. Actually, since we're here and the food is running out.
Can we ask Manana to whip up some grub?
I have plenty of no point coins, so why not?
out there, Phil?
Let's move out.
Good thing we found this.
Oh, there's up there. I forgot there's an up there. Should I go up there? I've spent like so long just avoiding the main mission. And I'm probably going to have to leave soon just because I'm hungry. Not soon. No, maybe soon.
Hey, check
Oh,
it
it's... Yeah, it is late. Later than I thought. I got nothing tomorrow, so it's
out. We
fine.
can climb up from there.
It's fine.
Guess we'll clamber up here.
Should I switch this team back? Maybe. Does everyone have him? Everyone does have him. Have Xeon. Okay. Yeah, why not? It's a pretty okay team up so far. Ooh. Shiny crystal. Is the bird gonna swoop in and attack?
Never seen this place before.
Alright. Worth it. I don't know what these crystals are for, but I do love me a Jimmy Jam. Jimmy Jim.
Is that? That's Keves Castle, all right? First time seeing it? Yeah. Same level of elaborate as Castle of Agnes.
Can also see Great Sword on left.
Are we going through with this?
No. I see it's far too risky now. The area will be under strict guard. But downslope, we could go via the forest.
Back to Wildwood, huh?
Doesn't sound too bad to me.
Oh, well, never been this far in before.
Me neither. The last time I had an audience with the Queen, she had come in person to the warfront. Commander Ethel, Fornis forward, Army's Colony 4. Reporting in as ordered, Your Majesty.
It has been some time, hasn't it?
Ma'am, I'm elated to find you in good stead, Your Majesty. That you would grace us with your presence is an honor above my station.
We can dispense with the stiff preambles, Ethel. N.
Mom.
N. Consul N. That's him.
N. The head honcho of Kavesi Consuls himself. The
Ah.
Golden Consul.
That's why he's. I was going to ask why he's so shiny. Why his outfit's different from everyone else. So does that mean M is going to be the head of Agnian
What is
consuls?
The Annihilator. The latest weapon in our military arsenal. It utilizes breakthroughs in application of the annihilation effect.
that? You've harnessed it.
Not only is its power without equal, it has another exquisite benefit. Let me show you.
What, you mean right here and now?
Indeed, this will be its finest hour. The Urian Mountains. A terrible shame. Her Majesty has a soft spot for them. Please do not think ill of me.
What was that? Just thunder, innit?
Brighter than any lightning I've ever seen. Still ringing in ears.
Where did the light come from?
No idea. But this can't be good.
Oh god, the loading. Oh, the loading.
What incredible power.
Its effective range has no discernible limit whatsoever.
What are you?
I'm saying an attack like the one you just witnessed can be delivered anywhere.
So you mean to use this weapon against Agnes? If you're to use this, then what about the clocks?
Who said anything about using it on Agnes?
Mom?
The next target will be this.
Damn. The loading. I wonder why they didn't make the flame increasing. You know, go with the loading. Because I always like when there's a loading bar. Oh, that's where it ends. Okay.
This is something decent, right? Here's a goodie.
Yeah.
It's a nice find, right? Right?
They're mince meat. Kick 'em aside.
It has to be done.
No love lost.
You're dealing with me.
No slack. what we're made for. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna start hunting the blues when I see them, just to get more class points
I
and
hear it's tough going inside.
get things
Be
a
on the
little
lookout.
quicker.
That ether's really flowing. If you can use it, then use it.
Oh, this'll be over like that.
You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that. No. Energy grenade.
Demolition!
Good going, Uni. Go, right. Three. Extending. No. Energy grenade.
You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that. People helping me.
I don't know how you do it, Tyon.
Go. Feel that. Oh, yeah.
You want some more? I can handle this
Feel
one.
that power.
Yes! Still good.
I see you. Right. I'll keep up the attack.
They broke away.
We can do this.
I'm fit to burn. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it. Watch the moss, guys. Mind you don't slip. Whoa. Yeah!
He says, falling flat on his ass himself.
Oh, yeah. Bloody hilarious. You're always taking the mick out of me. Noah.
Huh? Did you say something?
Oh, for... Don't come crying if you fall.
You seem like you're a million miles away. Lot on your mind?
Yeah, kinda. Mio!
Thank you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just lost my footing for a second. I'm okay. For now, I'm okay.
For now? Are you not feeling 100%?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm totally fine, promise. Like I said, I just missed my footing.
If you start feeling worse, just say. I don't want you hiding it.
You're a kind man, aren't you?
I'm just being polite. Whoa!
Bowling.
So what was on your mind earlier?
Yeah, that light. I was wondering if it had anything to do with us.
You think maybe... Could it have been something that Mobius did?
Huh?
We know that they're hunting us. Tyon, you told us before that our consoles were actually the same.
Yeah, I did say that.
After that, nobody said so, but we were all thinking it. The war between Agnes and Kevez and the consoles. Or rather, Mobius. They must be connected somehow.
It could be that... all the fighting. It might be that it's all orchestrated according to Mobius.
And to them, Ouroboros only spelled trouble.
Since we keep wrecking their flame clocks and all.
They must really hate us messing with their stuff, I guess.
So we're one big thorn in their side.
It does stand to reason that's why we're their targets. But it doesn't tell us anything about why our colonies fight. Any theories?
Not as yet. But I figure, isn't discovering that our real objective here, right? If we seek out the city, maybe we'll find answers.
One way to know.
Always good to rest when you can.
Who is this and what you want? We're here to pick up a stone and make a register. This shill thing, yes. Here is stone for you. Stone of Luluka is yellow. Luluka, fine. The relationship with humans is very important. Yeah, okay, thank you. Stone, very important. Ruggy Scruggy probably lost his. Nopon, sloppy Nopon. Well, whatever. Please take this to shill. Got it,
We
thanks.
got new folks on the map.
Raya Mountains blow away. Mountains already in right old state, no thanks to annihilation. But even more scruffy heap now. Not only sad, but scary too. Check. Welcome, friends.
Selection's making me go cross-eyed.
Aggro every second. The effect, that could be good. Some healing arts, good. Block rate, yeah. Boost evasion by 50%. Heaps of things. Alright. Since I'm
Put my feet up if you don't mind.
at a camp, I think it's a good place to stop it for today. Ooh, thanks for watching. Get back to it probably tomorrow. Alright. See you around. Bye.